like so many people with new information, your experience, and to hear. Later, we will have some time to each one. You can introduce yourself and share your thoughts. So, but at the beginning, my name is Chen. Later, we can introduce each one. But now, just I introduce our franchise a little bit, and regarding because we need to communicate not only in this meetup, we also need to communicate online. And each time we feel some people come here, they need to join our group, and so we can communicate every day. So in this case, I introduce a little bit of our communication channel, and then I will leave Joy to introduce her expertise in AI, and then we can each one can just communicate, exchange your information. How about that? And so I will start first.
So it streams live.
Okay, I just quickly, not only for this meetup, so we would like our group can communicate. We focus on not only crystals and also the trading, also the AI, and all those things. Great. So we need to have more channel for people communicate online. For us, the first is YouTube. We have YouTube. Yeah, we have YouTube everyday life to share what we watching the market and what's the trading we are doing or we analyze. So this one, and welcome you can come, and also if you like, give a like, and if you have comment, leave the comment so we can do more. And this is one we would like people can join in, and we have the barcode you can scan. You don't need to write down those complicated address. And also, I would like to introduce our Discord software. This one is quite active in our communication. Yeah, we have TSA Bitcoin library, and when you join in, you can scan our barcode to join in. When you join in, I just a little bit introduce the. There is some like starting at beginning, then the rules. How about our TSA Bitcoin franchise, and you can chat with people, and then we have the live channel. This live channel actually YouTube will be easier for you to access. And don't worry about this Chinese. Actually, it's just a translation of duplicate of the below one. We would like to invite people join our membership. So in the membership here, join membership, and there is a way. After you join the membership, you can view all those channels. Most of them are just introduce each category, what is the trading we are doing, what kind of strategy, and what kind of tools. And also we have the trade chat, so people can share your idea, share your experience, and ask questions. We will answer. And you can see we focus on gold, oil, forex, crystal, and index. All those things we will have the analysis and report every day. And also we share information here. This is the membership. Also, we have actually we have many other related business. I will let me introduce that later. So this is another communication tools that you can explore more here. The third one is Twitter. Now it's called X. And here is our, yeah, this is the, yeah, yeah. The Twitter also, they have live on X. So you also can use this to share your idea with us and watch the live. So this is the major three tools we are using online to communicate with each other. And later we will introduce more, and so we can work as a team, we collaborate with each other, help each other. And so if you have any question, can ask us anytime later. Now I will give the stage to Joy. Joy is an expert in AI and also education, also the DeFi digital assets, and she give us pretty good speech each time to introduce the technology. So let's welcome Joy to introduce more and to us.
Thank you so much. It's truly an honor to collaborate with Min and Cheng and with TSA Bitcoin Shop. I'm learning so much by being here, and I hope that what I know also can translate into a mutual benefit. And so I became very impassioned with AI when generative AI hit the scene early last year, because it really does help bolster our business, sales, and marketing efforts. And there's a lot that Gen AI can do to make our lives easier, simpler, and better, to free up our time to do other things that we'd rather be doing. And so I started by teaching courses early last year on how to use Gen AI for business, sales, and marketing. And then I decided that I would love to put the courses into a network, a social network, where we could have some experts in AI, my courses, as well as many resource materials that people can always refer to learn more about AI. So people who are in the network can literally go from AI curious to almost a PhD in AI in this social network. There is so much packed inside of there, many, many resources to explore. And I'm happy to take you on a short tour today so you can have a little look inside www.aiforall.live. That's FOR. So AIFOR, aiforall.live. Let's go inside here. I will share my screen with you. And so inside, you will see there's a start here, which is where you land, and you can go over the welcome. In here, I've got the first book that I wrote called Embracing Possibilities, which is available to you. And then my top 100 tools in AI, which is also available. Since then, I have more new favorites. But anyway, I packed 100 into this little booklet for you. Now, here you're encouraged to say hello to your new colleagues, friends, and associates. Like I said, we have many experts in AI and data science already inside the community that you can network with. The courses that I spoke about, this is my internal screen, so you don't see the course right away, but you do have free access to the course once inside the network on chat for business, sales, and marketing, AI for entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs, and intrapreneurs. What I mean by an entrepreneur is somebody who works within an organization, a business, or a company that is going to bring innovation from within. And as IMF has stated that over 40% of jobs are going to be disrupted by AI in the next 3 to 5 years, there is going to be a need for AI consultants to arise within organizations and also between organizations. And the ones that work between, we call them intrapreneurs. And so this course readies people for that task. Each course comes with a video and with explanation on how to interact with the course once you're inside. And I will show you briefly what that looks like. Just a moment, please. So you've got videos. One moment. I'm in my min section, so it's not actually showing me right now. But trust me on this, there will be a nice video for you. You will see it. And you can follow along with the course step by step, prompt by prompt. It is self-paced and very simple to move along and forward with. The resources section is something that I think you'll really enjoy. And I'll give you a quick tip right here, right now. Who of you ever posts on Facebook or LinkedIn? Anyone? Okay.
LinkedIn.
And if you ever need some solid, good content for that, there's one document that I love. It's called popai.pro, and it's right in the network here. I think we've stopped our screen share. I'm not sure what's happening with it. But anyway, there we go. popai.pro allows you to chat with a document. So this is a ton of fun because you can get auto content for anything based on a PDF that you have. So you can drop any PDF that you find is absolutely exhilarating from our massive library of PDFs. You can pop it in here and it will propagate the information and show you the most salient points. And then you can interact with the document as well. So here, there's a link to our external resource library of hundreds and hundreds of resources from top publications, from MIT, from Cambridge, from Harvard, as well as free courses from Google, from Microsoft. They're all curated in one space. Yes, you could scour the internet and find all of these courses and PDFs, but it's going to take you a long time. Here I've nicely organized them all into one place for your convenience. So just to give you an example of this, thinking ahead innovation through AI. So this is one of the many documents that exist in this PDF library. I call it the library of the future because it really is. And so now we've taken that document from the library, download it, and we're going to throw it in here, and it's going to upload, and then you're going to watch some magic happen. And I'm sure many of you have already explored the magic of ChatGPT on your own. So this is an example of one of the many tools that we have inside AI for All.live. Now it's given me a nice summary here. It's also given us some more questions to ponder, and that we could also use this tool to dig in further. Like example, what are the key AI technologies being utilized in the agricultural sector to enable significant and valuable new solutions? So that's a great question that the doc has given us. And if we click on that, it's going to go research inside the document and pull up the answer to that exact question. And so it's a little bit slow right now, but you get the idea. So we'll leave that for now. And we'll go back to the main. So this resource library is the A to Z on AI. It talks about ethical AI, responsible AI, innovative in AI, and for all different walks of life and all different business applications. Included in our massive resource library is also information on NFTs and articles. And we do a lot of work on NFTs here inside TSA, and Min will speak to that later. There's also information on tokenization and digital assets, fintech, banking, neobanks, cryptocurrency, stablecoin, and CBDC, the metaverse, blockchain and DAO, sustainable development goals and sustainability in general, tech and innovation, Web 3, Web 4, and yes, there is Web 5, just in case you didn't know Web 3 yet. And then at the back here, I've got institutions for global change. So we're networked in with other institutions that are bringing global change to the world, because overarching, my number one goal here is how can we use these beautiful emerging technologies, AI included, to help us solve global challenges. So it's not clicking in right now, but once you're in community, on the far left at the top of the library, you'll see a whole list of institutions for global change that we can access. Inside of here is also questions and concerns for an AI future. It's a community channel. Events that are coming up in AI that you want to save the date for. Okay, we're getting feedback here. Anyway, there are lots of different spaces in here. And one part that is a lot of fun is this AI app factory. These are custom GPTs. You might want to make a custom GPT for your business or for your personal aspirations. I've got them ranging from choose your own adventure stories to business applications to SAT tutor prep for how to do well on the SAT exam. You can literally customize a GPT with any data set, and you can program it to do anything you want it to do. So inside of here, you will find 43 custom GPTs, including a DeFi guide and a market advisor and Crypto Muse, which is one of our favorites here. It's going to give you quippy, fun information on what's happening in the crypto markets. And we'll just close with this. So if you ask for the recent trends in crypto or any crypto questions, it's going to give you its very best answer. But trust me, it doesn't always give the perfect right answer. AI sometimes does hallucinate, and you need to be very careful to always fact check everything that you get from generative AI, because on occasion it makes a mistake. So use AI with grace and with intellect, and no, it's not Terminator. Yes, it is a wonderful tool, and we've got a long way to go. But if you want to learn more A to Z, join AI.
Thank
Great.
you.
Magic.
Can I
Thank
raise
you.
a question?
Yes.
I use the Copilot.
Oh, that's great. Copilot.
Right. So how does the Copilot compare with your system? Like, if I ask the same question from Copilot to yours, how similar or what's the difference?
Copilot is an excellent tool if you're a little bit more advanced than a very basic user. Copilot will essentially give you the similar or same results. It's built on the same infrastructure. So it's just a matter of which you're most comfortable with and what results you want to achieve. What have you used Copilot for? What has it been good for you?
A lot of things.
Yeah.
Focus on private equity type of investments. Focus on the ecosystem within the leverage buyout area. It's just very, very focused on the particular problems or issues that I get involved with.
Yes.
Like the players in the industry, from the core investors to the source of deal flow and matching them together. It's not that different actually during the time when you were involved in crowdfunding, in matching buyers and sellers. But this time, we're involved as part of the actors. So we can talk about it later.
Yeah, but Copilot is a fantastic resource, so I would encourage anybody to explore that as well. Thanks. Has anybody, just a final question, has anybody been in AI for All.live and experienced anything there or seen anything yet? No? It is a $97 entry fee, but for you here, I'll let you in complimentary as part of the work that we do here. So later on, just ask me and I'll give you the link to join. Thanks.
Cool. Thank you, Joy. Okay. So they continually introduce to familiar with each other, and just now I introduced some communication tools we offered, so we can communicate more. Like Joy shared a lot of these exciting things. I just feel I don't have enough time. I need to find more time to practice this. It's good. We have many expertise here from different areas, and also, for example, we have the membership course, and we have several lectures to share their trading, their event, also like Joy. So we can share this each week with the people. And our franchise is not only limited to this. So we have a lot of other business we would like people to join in. So in this case, I think we start to introduce each other first, and during this procedure, we can show you what we can provide, what kind of service we have, and also we want to listen to you guys, what we can collaborate with each other. So I'm starting from our founder, me, to introduce maybe a little bit of herself, but what kind of service, what kind of franchise we're having now. So yeah, me, it's your time.
Yeah. Thank you, Fuchen. As everyone know, Fuchen is our store manager for Digital One and TSA franchise. So hope one of you guys one day will open our TSA franchise in Vancouver or any other city around the world.
I'll take Hawaii.
Yeah. So I would like to give you a brief introduction before we introduce each other. How about that? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come from our entrance here. And TSA Bitcoin Shop stands for T-Swap.art, and we are positioning ourselves in Web3. And so T-Swap.art, we start from the art in Web3 world. And this work is 100 songs produced by Digital One Asset, our parent company. And we produced, and you can see each song has a particular language and title in this world, including Web3, Metaverse, NFT, DeFi, and more. Yeah, and our other there's a friend coming, and he's going to introduce us and the trading tips today. So, nice meeting you. And okay, I'm gonna continue. And this section is wallet. So in Web3, this wallet is very important. So everyone here should have a cold wallet and as well as hot wallet. Cold wallet, we have different brands. So we are agent and distributor for the leading wallet in the world, including Ledger, Key, and also another very simple card, looks like debit cards, credit cards. It's a cold wallet as well. And you even can branding yourself, your logo, your company in this card, and then you can, give them as a gift or use as a cold wallet and a debit card in your shop. And this area, as I said, we produce 100 million songs. It's a form in NFT, so you can learn how to mint your NFT, how to sell and market your NFT in music industry. And we're looking for sponsor for each album as well. And our first album, a sponsor for first album from Brazil. Yeah, and we're gonna introduce more about this album along the way. And this area, you can see different paintings and different artwork from different world. And all collections are collected by Digital One Asset. And the first three pieces are from Peter Blake. It's the world pop. The godfather of pop art in the world, yeah, from England, yeah. And this area, the paintings are in the 19th and the 20th centuries, and it's a prince. It's a limited edition in the world. It's only one in the world, yeah. So all those artwork are in NFT format as well, and minted on Ethereum network and as well as on Polygon network, yeah. And these two pieces is based on original artwork and inspiration from Picasso and Andy Warhol. And these two pieces already been collected by Brazil Museum, and it's great fortune in all these two pieces as well. And you can check all on OpenSea. And this session is a great table, and for anyone here who would like to learn how to build their own social token. And it is utility token. You can start from utility token. If you are interested in minting your skill token to finance your company, and then you can work with your legal counsel. Yeah. And here, if you're starting from minting utility token, then you also have opportunity to learn more how to swap your token with Bitcoin, with USDT, and with any other coins through our platform, Web3 platform called T-Spot.art. And more, you can learn about how to yield your token, how to get your token into the market and stake and earn more for your users or members. Yeah. And if you are interested, we can do that minting process in the next meetup. Yeah. Yeah, this is all about TSA, about Web3 and application. And furthermore, here in the two standing machine here, you can check everything from the market report and also check the price for each coin and through this two machine. Yeah, it's very easy and accessible. Yeah, and the one I'm carrying here is a POS, so you can carry this POS and sell and buy Bitcoin and for your merchandise, or you just sell crypto as a financial products. Yeah, that's all about the TSA Bitcoin. And now I would like everyone here, give you a little bit time to introduce each other, so later we can communicate better, right? And after this, we're gonna invite our Robert, and who's gonna give us another great speech how to get into trading in crypto and stock market. How about that?
That sounds fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, let's start with your friends over there.
Steve?
Hello, everybody. Robert back here. Turn around. Stephen Barclay. Actually, it caught my interest because you said about Brazil over there, because that's actually where I grew up. So, so they caught my attention on that. But I'm interested in the crypto market. I've been playing and dabbling in it with the different blockchains and cryptocurrencies, learning as I go. Most of my life has been basically enterprise software sales. And so I transitioned from that for a variety of reasons. And so now I'm semi-retired, just playing in this arena and just like to learn more. And so that's why I'm here. So, thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Laurence. I've been living in Whistler for 30 years. I had a business there and I just retired. So I have more time, and crypto is future. It's already here. I don't know anything about it, and I found you through the Meetup app, and it was saying introductions to crypto. I don't think it's introductions. I think it's very far ahead, and I don't follow you all the time, and I'm lost. But it's okay. I keep coming, and then we'll see how I finally figure out some knowledge to make me move forward into this world.
Hi, I'm Aaron. I'm a musician. I work on the NFTs. I put my music usually on OpenSea, and I'm more into the forex right now. My bachelor of the psychology is not related to it, but I hope I could see more chance on the blockchains and the whole of them on the OpenSea. Hi.
So, Aaron, you done? Oh, okay. Yeah, you introduce yourself, and actually you also can introduce what kind of service we can provide, like, because people doing trading,
Yeah.
every day there's a lot of news,
Yeah.
and how can you pick one, how can you utilize it, and where you can find this?
There's a
Probably,
part,
yeah.
There's part of news for the next weekend. I saw it was interesting for me. Was one of them was the United States non-farm payrolls project. It's generally the general government employs private households, and the employees are non-profit organizations that provide essential exclusive from the calculation of the private non-farmers. The next one is from the which one was it? For the Canadian employment changes. It's mean like employers are changing their employment status in Canada when the numbers of the people who work for the pay or profit increase or decrease, or when number of the people who are unpaid family labor increase or decrease. The previous was at 12.3K, but the actual is 37.3K right now. Transport and communication make up the 2%, and the healthcare and the article make up like a 3%. The price was minus 0.3%, but the actual price for the next 5 days is going to be a minus 0.5%. And the other one, I think the last one, it's a Euro area retail sales MOM. It means the retail sales in the Eurozone, the indexed correction of the overall number of the products sold. The total of the 39.3 of the increased items are food, tobacco, and electric goods. The computer equipment, the textbooks could be at 11%, and the taxes appears the footwear could be at 10%, and the actual previous price was 0.3%. The actual going to be at the minus 1.1%. The last one is Spain unemployment changes. The unemployment going to be for the 600 for the next weekend. So the changes the number of the jobless people from 1 month to the next is measured by the employment change in Spain. The higher than expected figures should be seen negative by the euro, while the lower than expected figures should be seen the positive. The previous was minus 25.4K. The actual going to be a 60.4K for the next week.
Okay, thank you, Aaron.
Where
Yeah.
can we find those resources that you just?
That's on the site. My
We will share this
Yeah,
in
it's on the
Discord.
Discord right now,
Mhm.
but actually you can check it every week or daily on the MyFox.
Thank you.
Yeah, we will share this information in just to mention the Discord group, and also we have Telegram group, and also because our another member, I will let him introduce himself later. He posts also other sources of the news in the group. Some are duplicated, but what Aaron introduced is the most we focus on, because that affects the market each day, especially when some big news come in, it will immediately trigger the market goes up and down. And we will send all those we think important to Telegram, and also later we may share in live. Okay, thank you, Aaron. And Simon, you want to introduce yourself first, or you are busy?
Simon?
Just introduce yourself. Simon is also a member of our team. Each meetup, he helps the people. Okay. He is busy now. And now we have Ken, who get excited staking last week and shared his view, shared his experience from his background. Because we each time meetup we have new friends. So can you give a brief introduce of yourself?
Talk about that point again.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
You can just sit there
I'll go see here. Yeah.
if you feel comfortable.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So what we were talking about last time. So basically, the token we created here, like right in this room, and I'm not quite sure if it's a real token or it's just a mock-up version of the one that you know.
It's a real token.
Yeah, I know it's real token, but you know, in my mind, it's because you know I was hoping to get some real backer to do a proper issue like ICO or something, right? If I can do that, but in any event, so this is a token that's already in existence. It's already on the chain, right? It's already on blockchain, and it's called Golden Coin. That's the name. So GLD is the ticker or symbol. So we minted how many? 200 billion. There's a lot of tokens. The reason for that is there's math behind it. Like this token does not represent the gold that's in circulation. It's represent the gold in the ground. That's been defined. It's been discovered. It's been defined. It's been explored. Basically, that's what it is. It's not theory. You can even calculate because there's a Clark value of gold, you can calculate the mass, to multiply that concentration by the mass, you get theoretical gold value. But that's not what I'm interested in. What I'm trying to do is to link a token that's to the tangible gold, which is not mined yet, which is in the ground, right? So I call it in situ gold resource. The reason I'm doing that is because I'm a miner, I'm an explorer, I'm a mining guy, basically. I've been doing mining for 40 years. So try to create something that's kind of like linked to what I'm doing. And but again, I need a lot of industry backing if this is going to be successful. But for now, it's pretty good on paper. It's pretty good in the system, so it works. So basically, each coin represents 1 gram of gold in the ground. 1 gram, right? So you think about 1 ounce has 31 grams, which is like 2,000. Today is what 2,000. What 50?
2090.
290.
Gold's trading at 2,094.
Okay, great.
94,
great.
wow.
So let's see, it's 2,100. It's 2,100 divided by 31. You probably get about $7 per gram of gold, right? That's how much it's worth. But if it's in the ground, typically we give as as mining guys, we give 5% to 10% about it. So you're looking at $3 to $5, basically.
Where's the mine? Or sorry,
Globally.
where's the resource base?
This is representing global resource.
Which country is it in? Is the resource in?
Every country.
Globally.
Global. Well, I'm talking. This coin it represents. So basically,
Oh,
what's
okay.
going to happen is this coin will be given to whoever has resource, proven resource, not for us.
Sorry. If I've got resources in the ground,
If you can prove you got the resource in the ground, you have a 43-101 report. Right, if
if
you got that.
43-105, if I have resources in the ground and I hold a 43-101 report,
Or I'll give you the coin free of charge for whatever number.
just to
of-
secure the resources in the ground.
Yeah, because that's what it is. It's not. Well, of course, the value is different. High grade, low grade. A mine in Canada versus mine in Congo is kind of different value, right? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the average, like $5, $3 to $5 per gram. That's the value for the gold per gram gold in the ground, right? If your mine is in British Columbia, it may worth $10, right? If you have another mine in Russia today, it may worth like 50 cents a gram.
Yeah.
Right. But that's all changed. Changed.
So what, I don't get it. I got, like, my neighbor owns, probably right now, probably the biggest, nickel, zinc, what else does he have? The nickel and zinc, deposits in British Columbia. That's nickel zinc, but we also have gold. He also has gold as well.
Right.
Right. That's in situ, like you're saying, in the ground, 43-101 compliant.
Yep.
So what benefit is it to, like, how does that help him finance his project?
Exactly.
By you giving him tokens.
That's the very reason why I would like to see this token in existence, because this is going to help people just exactly like your friend, right? Because what happens is, let's say he's got 1 million ounces of gold resources, 43-101 compliant.
Yeah.
Which is 31, tons, right? 31 tons, it's 31 at 60. That's give you 31 million.
Yeah.
Grams.
I get it.
You get it, right?
It
So
creates a
basically,
token.
I'll give you 31 million tokens.
Mhm.
This golden coin,
Mhm.
whatever it's going to call them,
Mhm.
ultimately, right? You have that in your hand, right?
Right.
And traditionally,
So what do I do with it?
just listen. Traditionally, when you want to raise money, you're going to have to dilute your company. You have to issue the stock, right?
Correct.
But in this case, you can still do that. You can still issue stock. It doesn't impact your stock.
Right.
But at the same time, you basically monetize. You can monetize the asset as well. Because you tokenized your grams in the ground. So basically, you can sell 2%.
So
Because
if I've got
10% of
if
your-
I've got $10 million worth of gold in the ground,
Yeah.
you're going to give me a token
To certify you have that.
to certify I have it.
Yeah. But again,
And then am I going to get a dividend through that token or?
no. Every time you sell, then you're gonna have to basically,
I'm going to sell the token to
exactly
generate
sell
money.
a token at the same time. your gram comes off from your hand as well, because you can't just keep the gram.
So I got 31 million
token.
tokens.
Yeah.
I'm using those tokens to augment financing for my resources in the ground.
Yeah.
Over and above the traditional ways that I'm raising money, correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, okay,
So it's kind of like a royalty deal, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't really impact, but this is not royalty in this case, because I was trying to do a royalty as well, but it turned out to be fairly difficult, fairly more complicated. But maybe eventually this can be converted into royalty of some sort. But right now, it's just purely on the grams or resource in the ground, right? It's a very simple concept. But again, this is going to be, I'm sure it's going to be refined once I get lawyers involved, once I get, let's see, got big money guy behind me or whatever. Then that's different. But we're going to refine this concept.
Okay, so you've created this token now.
Yeah. Token is
you're giving it to me. I have the resources in the ground.
Yeah.
I can use that token to finance my resource over and above the traditional methods.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Or you can use the money to look for work on new projects. There's no restriction, right?
Yeah.
Because every time you sell something, you give equivalent amount of grams back to us, to the pool.
Yeah. So okay, same old story. I mean, where's that ecosystem coming in for that token? In the traditional markets, like I just raised $1 million for a mine, or not a mine, an exploration play in Barkerville. In Barkerville, right? But that was a traditional method on the the stocks trading on the CSE. We raised the money. We did a rollback. And then we did the financing for $1 million. And because of the talent, the people within the deal, we have an intrinsic ecosystem. Within traditional capital markets. So I'm asking you, how are we going to create that ecosystem for the token?
It's going to be, I think the two crowds are going to come together, because if you look at who is investing into the traditional, because that's where I am. I'm in the old system.
Yeah.
If you look at my portfolio, I probably have 25 junior stocks in my portfolio, right? Because I'm buying and selling and do my own deal as well. Yeah. Because I've been doing that for many years. I'm a geologist by trade, by the way. Yeah. So that's what we do. We explore for minerals, and so that's that. The other ecosystem is the people who are like us. Right. A lot of young guys, a lot of people from different part of the world, and they like to play with tokens, right? And that's the new money. That money typically does not go into junior mining stock. Right. Through equities, right? It doesn't. Right. But this is a way. Again, this ecosystem is being incubated as we speak. Yeah. It's not mature yet, but there has been a lot of discussions, a lot of talk among juniors to create something like this. Yeah. So I may join force with somebody. I'm sure I'm not just the only person to think about this one, right? And there are going to be, because 5 years ago I heard can't remember his name, Toronto PDA. Actually, I'm flying to Toronto tomorrow first thing in the morning.
I was going to say, how come you're not at PDAC?
Oh, no.
Are you taking that deal with you?
Oh, no, not really. I'll talk to a few friends, some lawyers, some, but I'm just trying to refine my thoughts, right? I mean, my theory, but I think it's getting pretty close.
You have people in Toronto? You have people in Toronto?
Yeah.
Okay, let's leave the detail discuss later.
Last question, please.
Oh, okay.
I'm a mining finance guy, so
okay,
that's really interested more on feasibility stage projects.
That's tough.
So you're a geologist.
Yeah.
So at what stage of the mineral life cycle?
Again, 4311 is golden standard, because
no, I know, but there's different stages. As a geologist,
absolutely.
What kind of what life stage do you get involved? Because everybody will produce a product depending on their expertise, right? Yeah.
So you're gonna have a, well, of course, the more advanced, the better, right? You have this
right.
The best, right? But as long as you have a maiden resource, first resource, right? Because you think when you drill, right, and you discover some good holes, some good assays, but you're gonna have to put them all together and create a report that's going to be in compliance with 4311.
Sorry, for everybody else, I don't want to be technical. On the mineral resource that's indicated, this inferred, this. So at what stage do you get involved?
I'll pick them out. typically there's like mix, right? Typically
Right.
for the early stage, it's only inferred that you get better.
So let's stop at the inferred.
Yeah.
How do you value an inferred gold in the ground vis-a-vis how, let's say, a stockbroker would value it based on his comparable mineral exploration? Like
That's a very good
trying-
question, because that's not what we do. Because if you look at the token, it links to the brand. It doesn't link to the value.
So
value is
so you're talking
determined by
about
the market.
a gold that's already produced.
No.
No, it's in
So
situ.
if it's still in an inferred, it's still a long ways from being a
That's fine. That's what I'm talking about. Once it's produced, then it's hard to track.
Okay,
It's
last
somebody's
question.
Vault. You can't
Last
get it.
question. I've been following up on Pax Gold.
Sure.
How do you compare whatever you're working on to the Pax Gold?
I'm not too sure about that one. But that's too specific. I have to look at that.
Yeah,
I
it's listed.
can't answer that question.
Yeah, it's trading pretty much
Yeah.
online with the the gold price.
Because what I'm trying to do is ideally this token will be trading on Coinbase, for example, right, or
Okay.
Binance, whatever. So it's got a value, but my target is about $5 to $6 per coin, but maybe starting with 50 cents or even 5 cents, we don't know, right? As you progress, as more and more miners adopt this coin, then your value starts to get close to the theoretical value. But I do have a theoretical value, which is $7, but 10% of real value, roughly.
Yes.
Anyway, it's a concept, but
Yeah, staking
it's
is
already with the help of this shop, so it's already there. So if anybody would have interest, I can give that some.
this,
I'll take them.
Yeah. Million is not that bad because we have 200 billion. So that's 200 billion is 200,000 tons of gold.
I can help you. We'll talk later.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. I need a lot of help. You can tell.
yeah, it's an amazing area and just a start.
It's the option. If the 100% of miners adopt this concept, it's worth $7, right? If 50% adopt it, maybe worth 3.5. Basically, that's what it is. So I need a lot of, the more better, right? Basically.
Okay, good. Yeah, the more and more people can explore. This is just the amazing and brand new area.
Yeah. And
There is a
mini-
lot
mini-
of potential.
mini tokens already,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
You got
yeah.
you got mini one? You haven't sold any?
No, not yet.
Okay, good.
Who want it?
Hold it,
Still,
hold
why
it.
not?
Covered the trading at numbers. How does that work?
That's just the what we call the if you look at the bankers, right? I also, later on, I become a banker as well. I work for RBC, capital markets, for a few years, mining finance, right? So we look at how to value different things. One of the methods is called comparables. So basically, what you do is you look at the trading companies already there, how many resources they have, right? How many ounces of resources versus market cap. You roughly get a value, which is about 10%, plus minus, right? So that's why this comes up. But again, different. I mean, if you good jurisdiction, Quebec, Ontario, maybe it's worth 20%. If you're in worse jurisdiction, Congo, I always use Congo because there's a lot of communities there, maybe 5%, right? Or 2%. You never know. Russia maybe worth nothing. I mean, I have one deal. They have a very good project in Ukraine. I mean, one day they're worth like a lot of money, and eventually started, boom, stuck 4%.
We need, I feel we need to arrange a specific meetup
Sure.
for golden token.
Golden
golden token.
coin.
Golden coin.
The reason it's called golden because it's not gold, right? You can see it, it's like shiny.
Yeah,
but
but
it's not.
spoiler alert, it's actually worth what they did, it's what the client's worth. That's what the gold is for.
Yeah, we will arrange that. Okay. So
Arrange that.
no,
I like that.
yeah. So we are specific have this topic for one meetup or maybe more. Okay, let's continue the introduction. Yeah.
Okay, I'm Terry Kredivic, and I don't hold any degrees, but I'm an inventor. And so I spent a lot of time reading all kinds of scientific information, magazines and news stories and television shows. And I tried to focus in on things that, well, it's all about inventing. So you look for a problem and try to find a way to fix it based on what you've read and noticed in the past, that maybe you can use it to apply to the problem. And I've come up with over about 30 inventions, and some of them are pretty enormous. For instance, I've come up with a way to stop, not to stop hurricanes, but to lower the amount of damage that hurricanes cause, and a way to grow better diamonds, and basically produce a lot of water for drinking and for irrigation. And but I've approached governments, and nobody wants to put any money into anything. They just want to know what you have. Like so I came up with a product that I went to 7-Eleven to, and I showed it to them, and they said that they would put it in their store. And 7-Eleven's got companies all around, a lot of countries around the world, almost all the countries in the world. And I didn't have any money to put in to bring them to ship in the product, so I missed my chance. So that was an opportunity.
How do you stop hurricane?
But I had one success.
How do you stop hurricane?
I heard. Oh, well, it's an invention. I can't explain it to you. But it would reduce the amount of damage that hurricane would cause. It would actually stop it, but it would greatly reduce the damage.
Did you apply for any patents?
No, patents are very expensive. Okay. And you know what's wrong with patent is if you can't protect it, if you can't go to court against the company that's cheating you, it's practically useless.
No, just hide it with you.
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
That'd be interesting. That's
Create a hub to match
We could do that here.
patent creators with patent investors.
Okay, let's continue. Joy is our co-hosting, and you just give us a presentation. Do you still want to introduce more?
No.
Oh, okay. So we move to the next.
Yes.
You are already quite famous here. Okay, we move to the next.
Oh, good. I'm on camera.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Feel
you know what?
happy?
I wasn't going to say anything, but now I'm on camera. Bring it on. Let's go. No. My name is Ray Rich, and I'm here to learn and earn. I don't know any. Well, I know a little bit,
Learn to earn.
but
Learn and
you
earn.
probably have to kill me to know what I know. But having said that, no, I'm here because I'm a big fan of everybody in the room, and I'm here to learn and earn.
Learn and earn. Okay, thanks. We all learn and earn. Is Jeffrey there? Okay, Jeffrey, would you like to come to introduce yourself? Oh, okay. Jeffrey is our advisor. And Mr. Golden. Okay, just to say your name, let people know you.
Oh yeah, it's Jeffrey. So I'm the project is VIP. So really I don't know how to describe right now, but I prepare next class show everybody. Yeah, it's Jeffrey. Nice to meet everybody.
Besides Jeffrey's his own business, big business, and Jeffrey also just studying learn and gain and earn a couple of weeks ago, and actually he already earned a lot.
All right.
Yeah. He posted some of his trading result online. Amazing. So you can talk with him secretly.
Yeah,
we want to broadcast this. Okay, let's go to Melania. Yeah, you are also the co-hosting of this event, and you contributed a lot.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
So
let
much.
people know a little bit.
Of course. I'm really grateful to be here, and I just want to say I feel like I'm part of this family. So thank you to Min and Chang and Joy and team for showing up every week. And I wanted to tell you that I am definitely a crypto enthusiast. I'm yearning for the earnings, no pun intended, but here is my favorite Bitcoin. So think of Bitcoin like the Coca-Cola of the cryptocurrency industry, and the runner-up is the Pepsi, which is Ethereum. They're always competing, but I think that we have some winners here. And I just think that we're in a very amazing time-space reality right now, because we have a chance to really grow our wealth and our knowledge in this space. And this is a fantastic place for us to become educated, meet friends, do it in a casual format, and be able to learn something new each week that we didn't know before. So in 2009, I was first introduced to Bitcoin, and I had my dad on the line, and I said, Dad, I'm going to put $10,000 into this cryptocurrency. And I was selling these disc repair machines at the time. I don't know if anyone here knows those, but I sold them to all the Blockbuster stores in Canada when I was working for Disco Technologies. And I understood cryptocurrency right away. I just got it. I just thought, okay, so it's basically digital money. It exists on the blockchain. So instead of printing paper bills, we just have money in a format that is digital that we can send to people right away. And my dad said, oh yeah, if you can't hold it in your hand, millennia, he's Danish, then you cannot buy it because it's not backed by gold. And so you can't, there's nothing attached to it. So you can't, don't do it, don't put any money. If I would have followed my own gut, which was to invest 10,000, I would have had, at the peak of the highest point, well, I'd probably have $70 million today. So in 2017, when I invested again, I decided to follow my heart, and I've never looked back. I am definitely an enthusiast. In fact, I'm holding right now about 15 or 16, I'd have to check my portfolio, but about 16 different coins. I love watching them. I don't know how to trade them yet, but that's why I'm here, is to learn from these experts on how to trade. And I'm grateful for this knowledge that they're going to teach us to be able to really ride this wave. And I think that everybody in this room is fantastic, and we have really the power to create a big movement. And of course, we're creating this excitement, but it's very good to be in this time space reality with all of you. And thank you so much for listening, and I really appreciate it. And also, being on the journey is exciting, because when we look back a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, we're going to see all of this incline in our journeys of how this is all going to unfold and unravel. So I'm excited about what the future holds for all of us. I'm excited about digital currency, and I'm actually really happy that it's finally now in the mainstreams, in the banks with the ETFs, because I think it is also helping to drive the price of the digital currency up. And it's also creating more value. So all the naysayers, and even folks like, I won't mention any names, but we know those big dogs like Warren Buffett and some other folks that are there, they don't necessarily love Bitcoin, but they're starting to really understand it now, that it's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. And I think by having it in the banking system now, it's giving people more confidence in digital currency. It's allowing it to go mainstream, and it's giving the chance for the average person to be able to come into this industry, gain knowledge, share it with their friends and family, and position themselves for great wealth. Because I really do believe, and this is just my humble opinion, I think it's the greatest transfer of wealth in the history of mankind. And yeah, it's going to be very interesting times ahead. So thank you so much, and I'm grateful to be here, and I'm so glad that we have this every single Saturday. I keep inviting my dear friends like Antonio and Raymond and Stephen and Terry, and I'm going to be inviting more people next week. And it's great to hear your story, Ken, about the gold coin and where that's going to go in the future. It's definitely going to be a very interesting ride. So thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Manani. And we have a new face here today, but actually you are an old friend of some of the people here, right? So let people know a little bit about you.
All the way from the Philippines, right? Flew in for the meeting, all the way from the Philippines.
All the way from Miami.
All the way from Miami, we have Antonio
Hola. My name is Antonio Arias. I'm a mining finance professional, but I dabble in the public and private capital markets. So I work partly in the traditional finance world as well as on my private time. I invest more conservative products like ETFs. I'm interested in how technology is disrupting everything that we're doing. So I'm interested about, I'm sorry I didn't get your name, Ken, what he's doing on tokenizing gold, because I've been following one stable coin like Pax Gold, and I'm trying to understand why it's not trading at a volume similar to the underlying commodity. But having said that, a lot of money right now is being sucked in by the crypto world as opposed to the commodity itself. So there's something going on that I'm interested in. I just want to find the right time to kind of play where the opportunity is.
Yeah,
so
this is a
I'm learning, but I want to be practical. The question I was asked, how does that apply to the business that I'm involved in?
Mhm. Yeah, great. This is the meaning of this meetup, right? So everyone come to learn, and actually everyone is also an expert in some area. So today, actually, we have Robert is an expert in his area. He gave us a presentation, very, very, how to say, full of the content, which I just can absorb a little bit. So we'd like to let Robert to introduce himself, and he also bring some more presentation to us.
Hi, everyone. So I think I know everybody in the room.
Oh.
Already, but for the sake of some people online, I'll just go back here. But this gold, the value goes up or down if they discover more in the ground.
Yeah, that's a good question, because if you first of all, sorry, I think I do Antonio.
Yes.
Yeah. So this gold is not the gold that's you give the cost or you central bank, right? This is gold in the ground, right? That's why I'm calling conceptual to make it more clear. So basically, every year there's let's say I think about 300 tons of gold mined out, like taken out from the ground, but there's roughly the same amount of gold being discovered every year. So this reserve or resource is pretty steady for the past 30 years.
Where I'm struggling with is the valuation of the token or stable coin versus the underlying asset.
Well, one day we'll get equilibrium, but
Yeah.
but not now. I mean, right now you need as you said, I mean, this is the market, right? Buying, selling, right? So even you have more buyers, then of course that's better. But
So
right now you don't have
more.
Sorry.
So if they find more in the ground, then
Well, there's also like every year there's been a whole bunch.
They also take it out of the ground?
Yeah, take out the ground. So that's pretty.
It
equal.
stays stable.
Pretty
But I'm
much, pretty
saying,
much
what if it
for the past.
doesn't stay stable? What if they find more than they take out? Will that increase or decrease the token?
It will actually, if you have find more, because token is fixed, right? We have 200 billion token. So each token would represent, right now today, in perfect world, 1 gram. But if you find more, that would represent 1.1 gram, right? So you actually, the value will increase, as well as the gold price. When the gold price goes up, this is supposed to be going up if you fix it at 2%, right? So basically you have two drivers potentially driving up the coin price. One is the supply, new discovery of more gold. The other one is gold price going up. So those two factors are, potentially driving up this target, perfect target price. As of today, it's about $6-7, right? Should be, but in the future it could be 10.
The reason I ask is because it's a very interesting concept, and I think it's very got something there. I think you can make it so just by saying it is so, and you go after the smaller parties that would be, of course, happy and excited to receive their tokens, and make the big boys feel left out. Until they realize that the first one to catch on is going to have an advantage from a couple of perspectives, not just the capital raising perspective, which is hard enough as it is in the traditional world, but this would give them a competitive advantage looking innovative, but also an extra revenue stream to go and start digging in the ground, be able to find even more for their company to get the ball rolling. But it also has a risk mitigation factor, which I don't think anyone's going to talk about, but could be the driver behind the value, in that in today's world, the resource mining sector is eventually going to come across this problem, if they haven't already, where some governments are starting to confiscate the mines from companies.
Panama.
And you can say Panama, and I could even say where I was born, Australia. Western country, you cannot guarantee that they will not pass a law tomorrow. Say, oh no, this belongs to our land, is our country. We need to say, sorry, Canadian company, this is ours tomorrow. Sorry, too bad for you. So this is a risk that if it's not on the radar of investors that are already investing in resource mining companies the traditional way, need to be aware of an additional risk that's about to come more and more famous. As Panama happens, as Peru happens, maybe Mexico, a lot of Latin American countries, it's become more and more common.
That's actually a very good
So
point.
you
I haven't thought
are
about
the
that.
solution, because your token now gives them the capability to guarantee the value of that portion of their portfolio, invest in our typical shares the traditional way, because we also have this token that doesn't get affected
No, because
by the government taking our whole company even, or mines rather, in that country. Because all you do is you say it's still in the ground, and the token value is irregardless of if our company owns that in the ground or the government of that country owns it in the ground. The token value maintains its stability. So now you're the only company that will maintain that stability for its investors to some degree, whereas everyone else that doesn't buy your token or receive any is left out in the dust.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I haven't thought about that. Yeah.
I don't think anyone has.
So the problem is, though, if the government takes away your resource, including in situ gold, then it can't be applied to the token.
It can be, because he makes the rules of the token.
Yeah. Yeah, but
he says as long as it's in the ground still,
that's
the token
not an
doesn't have
ethical
value.
thing if you don't actually own the gold, or sorry, if you don't have access to the gold. You can't be saying that your token is backed by the gold if you don't own it.
He can if he says
That's
all he has to do is.
I would encourage you to find countries that will honor the gold in the ground.
It's to me, it's more like a certification program. You certify, right?
That is
Gold.
there.
That's it. And you certify. You don't care about the value. Just certify the amount. And the value is can be.
If the government confiscates it, they're still going to want to take it out of the ground and sell it and make profit. So now you're just passing the rights to the government. Or like I was saying, you could even just start with the governments and go after all the governments, say who's in. That's going to be harder because they're big and important. But you want to start getting the buy-in from the little guys, which are the smaller companies.
No, Rob, there's a lot of resource in the ground. You don't need to go to countries where they're going to take the gold or supposedly take the mine away. There's lots of resource in the ground. Lots. I can.
Oh,
I know lots.
I mean, there's like few. I mean, there's only a few countries are nationalized assets, right? Like Bolivia.
But if one country
Colombia,
doesn't, it'll give ideas to the
Venezuela,
other country to make them jealous.
And that's right.
All it takes
That's a good
is
point, yeah.
one cartel member to go to the government and threaten the president and say, threaten your family, and unless you confiscate that mine over there and give it to me, and then I'll give you half behind no one's looking.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to imagine that could happen in not just a movie, but in real life. And I don't want to have my whole network tied up in an asset that's in the ground that could be taken by a government or not, maybe. Unless I have a token that guarantees me some insurance.
Yeah.
I have enough gold in the ground in Canada that would do this deal.
How do you know Trudeau won't take it?
You mean Justine? Just kidding.
Well, yeah, it's not even that. Yeah, they have the UNDRIP law already coming, which is basically that belongs all to the First Nations, everything in the ground, including the roads above it.
Trudeau's daughter.
That's true. Pardon me?
I mean, no, because there's like this girl, Trudeau, I thought it was his daughter, just got a job at RBC Capital Markets.
He has a brother that's like a half brother.
No, but today there's like a girl's name, I forgot the first name. Anyway, something Trudeau, and it was like everywhere on the social media. And she's like,
Oh, yeah.
Justin Trudeau's about that.
yeah. Probably short.
You cannot talk too much about Trudeau because it's streaming live online and there's new rules now. You cannot say stuff.
We need to be apolitical right now.
Yeah.
Not even
I also
apolitical.
understand there are deep fakes.
Yes,
Back to Roberts.
but there's also no hate speech.
Yeah.
So anything he hates, you cannot say on the internet anymore. There's actually a new law.
The irony of the free speech.
Yeah.
Well, that's how you get more truth out there, by getting more holding by the throat how you get the information out, right?
Find other ways.
Yeah, there's always a way. So anyway, guys, my name's Robert. For those that don't know me, I guess there's some people gonna watch this online, and it's kind of the reason I don't even have a YouTube channel, because I know I'm gonna say one sentence one day eventually, and I'll take down all my followers. But I do actually have a big following. I have 130,000 people on the stock trading group on Facebook. It's the oldest stock trading group on Facebook until it was the biggest until Wall Street Bets came along with the GameStop saga. Now we also have some crypto trading. I did for a couple of years live streaming every week about we called it the show Satoshi Saturdays, but we only streamed on Facebook in a little group that's behind a wall, not on a public group. Otherwise, we would have had way more followers by now. So I stopped doing that because I don't want people to get caught up into crypto doing it the wrong way, which is very easy to do. There's too many bad actors out there. There's also a lot of inexperienced people posing as experienced people. And, it's something where you can get very, very in big trouble in crypto if you don't do it correctly. Just like in anything, like driving a car or even stock trading. So I like to make sure that people go through a program and they go step by step, learning from the basics. I'm here basically today, no agenda. It's just we're just gonna be able to answer questions for whoever's here. Anything to do with anything with trading or investing whatsoever. I'm here to give you guys value. I'm here for you. So if you have any questions at any time, feel free to put your hand up or just shout out any questions. But yes.
I can wait.
Yeah, no, Melanie is definitely, introduced me to a lot of wonderful people, and I appreciate that because it's all about collaborating and learning from each other. Everyone has different experience, and two minds together can accomplish a lot more than one person can. 1 + 1, I always say, is 11. So mastermind is what we're all about, creating a community. And that could be the foundation of a token to support the value, which was your initial question about what brings up the value, is a community. So having a kind of a training, last week I went from here to Park Royal, and there's a pet store. And right outside the pet store, in big letters, it says grooming for dogs and training for dogs. And that helped me think, that's a good way to attract people to the store to buy dog food, by saying, hey, come here, we'll teach you how to make your dog behave. So by having training programs, you're going to educate people, you're going to help them navigate the pitfalls of doing it the wrong way. I've been an investor for way too long, and I've made every mistake possible. I have about 30,000 hours of trading experience in the equities markets in North America myself. So stocks in Canada, stocks in the US. And that also includes forex, a little bit of options and futures options. Crypto only since 2016, when I wrote articles for publication in across the Wall Street Bull in New York, their office, but it was actually a company somewhere in Malaysia, High Capital Management, and they hired me to write articles for them. So I took their website traffic from the top 100,000, from the 1 million to the 100,000 traffic in 1 year, just writing articles and stuff. So I've spoken on stages and stuff. I won't go too much deep into it, but I have been at Canada Place talking about Bitcoin when it was, unfortunately, right after the first major crash, and not many people showed up because when it goes from almost 20,000 down to 3,500, 90% of the seats were empty. And I looked at the charts and talked about how you can predict these kinds of moves. And so people asked me, put their hand up, and they said, "What does the chart show now?" And I looked at the chart live on stage, and I said, at 3,500 was actually a very strongly oversold buying opportunity. So I've got a lot of experience teaching how to become top 1% of investors. During the one class, this was a crypto trading class where I didn't even talk about crypto. I said, no, first you have to know what are the basic foundation of trading, which applies to all types of assets. So I can see here, dollar averaging, risk reward, resistance and support, channels and stuff like that. So today I'm going to touch on a couple slides that can give some quick basic tips that have the most impact for your performance when it comes to a trader. And this is where I got to throw in a disclaimer. I'm not a licensed financial advisor. I'm not giving any advice today. Strictly educational purposes today only. I have predicted 3 recessions accurately a year before they happened. So I'm putting together a presentation right now that has my top 100 reasons we're about to go into recession and how to profit from it. So don't forget, with volatility, there's opportunity. We have the biggest opportunity ever right upon us, which is why I'm, taking the time to shave and get out of my house today and help other people avoid the trillions that will be wiped off from markets. Could be on the receiving end of those trillions, a few handful of people, select few that are in the know, or identify patterns that repeat. So, from penthouses to underneath the street downtown where the crypto movement began in Vancouver, I've taught people lots of stuff also about real estate and stuff like that. But anyway, what I want to do now is maybe, actually, let me pull up here. Let me show you quickly. There are patterns that you can identify even in Bitcoin before there were Bitcoin futures. So who knows here about the ETFs that just launched? Okay, I'm going to touch on that because it's just pretty recent, like not even a month ago, actually a couple weeks ago. And already, as expected, I was planning to make a video saying it will be the biggest ETF sellout, or should I say capital raising ETF in history. The billions that flowed into those ETFs on the first 24 hours. Okay, so there's definitely, this is a good one here. Okay, so I analyze everything from every angle. I overanalyze stuff. I have analysis paralysis sometimes. And basically I look at fundamental, geopolitical, sentimental, and technical analysis. And basically what that does is it allows me to basically have a better idea of what's going on at all times. Are you resharing this one? Is that going up?
Yeah.
It's just delay, right? Okay. So basically, what we need to know is that there's different types of traders out there. You can be a short-term trader, long-term trader, a scalper, swing trader, momentum trader, day trader. Last week we had a momentum trader here. And I think that it all comes down to one thing: how much time do you have to invest and trade? So, and also skills, right? And how much time do you have to learn the skills? Not just time to trade. Okay, so I've actually gotten quite an impressive past record. Of course, past performance not indicated future results, but when I streamed live on Facebook for 2 years, I had about a 50% per month return, compounded monthly. If you do the math, that's 100,000% if you followed all of my predictions. And that's 1,000x. So $1 becomes 1,000. The following year, 1,000 becomes 1,000,000. That was just by me talking about the direction I think things will move, the distance they will move, and the reasoning behind why. And this is why, because I look at all different types of analysis. And what you can see on this slide is that they're always jumping. One day, Elon Musk might tweet something. That'll give more importance to what's going on to the rest of the market that day. Another day might be what the central bank says, or vice versa. So it's always changing, the importance. It's not exactly 25% equal importance, but just to give people an idea, because there's a lot of people that teach trading and say, oh, you don't need any of this. You don't need any news. You don't need any charts. You just need to put money in my pocket and be good. That's what they'll do. Right? Or you just need free basic strategy because they only know free strategy. Okay. But we'll pull up some charts and I'll go over some examples of some analysis we could do with the charts. But going back to these ETFs, and does anyone have any questions also at this point? I know I'm going kind of fast too, but yeah.
Do you have maybe 3 favorite ETFs, or I know?
Okay, so the ETFs.
I know you're a fan of holding the coins.
This is the most important thing I can talk about ETFs, and you're right. I'm never this far away from having literally physical bullion in my hands, and this for getting my point across. Because if you feel it, you can pass it around, and you can feel it actually has physical properties for your medicinal properties for a human body, but also 10,000 uses for this particular metal. So I'm always a fan of mixing and intertwining token, because we're about to have a tokenization of everything. And it's no longer even about having an audience. It's about having the platform where people go to do things. That's what we were talking with Joy about, creating a platform for her AI by combining a membership structure or something with courses, education, because there's a very, very big gap in the education. Schools like on purpose didn't teach anything about money that's useful. Okay, so we can come and fill that gap and step in and charge for it, but more importantly, give people a way to benefit by learning what they could have taken 30 years to learn. They can learn in 30 days. But more importantly, if they go and help their friends, they can get rewarded for that. So if we figure out a way to compensate, like an affiliate program or something, we're helping people learn, and it's a win-win-win situation that way. Once we are profitable, we can go help the less fortunate and do a lot of good things in the world. But the ETFs, this is the best thing I can say about ETFs, which is also the worst thing I can say about ETFs. Who knows about the SLV ETF or the GLD ETF? Of course, right?
I pointed to you.
So Antonio, you just had some silver in your hands, physically in your hands. You have to rip it out of your fist. How much physical silver like that does the SLV have in its fund?
I don't know. It's been a long time. I just look at SLV. I don't believe in silver right now.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, it used to say the SLV ETF will guarantee delivery of physical silver bars like that if you want it. Eventually. Maybe. But they forgot the maybe part. They just said, we do not guarantee that you'll get it for sure. It's actually in the fine print. But a lot of the salespeople of the SLV ETF forget to mention this. Either they don't know or on purpose. Or either way, they're not trained to know. And so now, they changed it again a couple of years ago. The SLV no longer says we will maybe not deliver any silver to you. They changed it. And this was all over the television, which is the best way to do, of course, everything opposite of the TV, and you'll be right 80% of the time. But even the TV was saying, we're changing the rules of SLV. We're from, we might not give it to you, to we definitely will not give it to you. That's what an ETF is. It's a piece of paper that says, I promise, I owe you to give you some physical silver. Maybe, actually, for sure, never. I can write a piece of paper that I'll give you 100 bars. What's the value of silver? On the markets, the price is actually the piece of the paper reflecting the value. So the best thing I can say today, and you should probably write this or memorize this. Don't even write it, memorize it. I've never told anyone to memorize something, only to write them down. This one you should memorize. Value does not equal price. Price does not equal value. Anytime I see an ounce of silver below $100 US, I consider that a steal, because I know that's not the real value of silver, based on many metrics I use to value it. Just because the piece of paper price, what happens if they rip up all those pieces of paper because they cannot supply what, you know, even the golden nugget coin can supply, which is the promise that we'll get it out of the ground later because we found it in the ground. That is actually worth more than an ETF. Literally. You could argue that for sure. So the point is, ETFs, be careful of what are you actually buying. And don't forget, it also impacts the price. If they're 12 form versus the physical supply above ground of gold, it's not the same. If they eliminated GLDF, which is the same as the SLDF, they got rid of the verbiage, what would that do to the real value of gold, the metal value of real gold, which is real money? All that $12 trillion that inflates the price on the markets, remember supply and demand, you eliminated all that supply all of a sudden. All that money has to go flowing back into the physical bars. And who's holding it right now? Ken is having it. So, oh, it's right there. So whoever has it in his hands, Stephen, can say whatever price he wants.
1.9 million.
To get it out
I
of
was
his
actually
hands.
going to say 100 million, but
Yeah.
that's okay.
100. Yeah, so anyway, the point is, now that I've given you that quick overview of an ETF, and caution,
Thank you.
no worries. I'll
Watch that guy.
if you talk to your connections, I know, and Raymond in the industry of the penny stocks, you can make a lot of those just selling the golden nugget token of what's in the ground. Because, you know, penny stocks, there's a big upside. When you buy something at a penny and you can sell it for $100, that's not 100x, that's like 100 times 100, 10,000x. But I don't like to buy, which brings me to the next point. You could be a short-term trader, scalper, medium-term trader. You can also go for the big companies that are already 5 trillion. Like, in your mind, what could some investor be thinking if you're buying a company that's already worth 5 trillion, it's going to go to 10 trillion? Just to be able to double my $5 to be $10. How hard is it to make $5 trillion? It's not easy for anyone, anywhere. Go to the sky for a reason. Yet crypto traders often think that things will go to the moon, beyond the sky. Right? So now they're having a wake-up call and a reality check that, you know, is coming back down to futures, banks. They're affecting there's a thing called spot ETF price. Okay, so when I say what's the price of silver, usually you're quoting the real price. There's actually like 5 different ways you can buy this, like 7 different ways. Silver, physical is one. What's another way? You can buy jewelry that also has gold or silver. You can also buy stocks for resource companies. You know, another way, you can buy a token for what they have in the ground. Numismatic, yeah. And then you have gold bars and coins. Then you also have the stock price. You have the commodity futures price, which is usually what I would call the closest thing you can get to this being in your hands. Besides jewelry and bullion, bars and coins, which has been money for thousands of years, not just last 10 years. And depends on electricity being around. Basically, you now have also futures, and futures are the closest thing to like the digital version of this being in your hands or in the ground so far, because they don't have the golden nugget token. They have to look at what's in the commodity futures, and that's where it's more like, okay, by a certain date, we're going to promise to deliver you 5 truckloads full of that stuff, and you're trading those contracts. Of one contract of gold is 100 ounces of gold. A contract of oil would be 1,000 barrels of oil delivered in one contract to you in person. So commodity futures are pretty, solid, sort of, but they're still a piece of paper. So with spot ETF, you're going to hear a lot of this, and you're probably going to hear it from me first. Probably not on TV, ever, unless they bring me to the TV once and they'll never bring me back again. Saying that the spot ETF, which is supposed to be the spot price of silver, I just mentioned silver or gold. Futures contracts means I'm going to deliver you like 100 ounces, or it's actually 5,000 ounces of silver, or 100 ounces of gold, or truckloads of silver, let's just say, in 1 month or 2 months or 3 months. If I'm going to bring you 5 trucks of silver in 1 month, you're going to pay me a different price than if I have 6 months to deliver it to you. Why? Because in 6 months, the price can keep going up. And so the price from 6 months from now, let's look at silver. Right now, it's about $22 an ounce US. That's the spot price. If I give this to Antonio right now, that's a spot price. Instant, ching, done. Transaction finished. Instantly today. Spot price is that. Futures price is 1 month from now. I'll give you this in a month. So you're going to pay me not $22. You're going to have to pay me $24 right now, because that's what the price will probably be at that time when I actually give it to you. So every month has a different price. Spot price is now. So they've now just created what they call spot Bitcoin ETFs, which are for immediate delivery of it. And it's the actual thing, like this in your hands. So they're now, actually, I've looked into them, saying that those funds, there's about 11 of them that launched in the first day. They're all going to compete. I think some of them won't survive, some will. Some will become the Coke and the Pepsi of ETFs for Bitcoin. It's still a Wild West. But a lot of them are saying that they're actually going to go out and buy actual Bitcoin. And here's something I definitely know they're not going to say on television. Just because they say they are going to do it, does that mean they will? I think they will, at least initially. Because let's think of it logically. Let's say Raymond and Antonio decide tomorrow, let's go start a Bitcoin ETF. We're going to go get everyone to buy our token. Okay, we're going to have the same questions we had today. What is it backing up by? Right? We're going detail of the nuggets in the ground. And so we're going to say, oh, we're actually going to take the money. We're actually going to go buy real Bitcoins. And we're going to actually do that. Just so that we can say we did. And here they are. Doesn't mean we have to keep doing it forever. But initially, it would be a wise business investment for us to actually do it, to say what we did we were going to do, to raise even more capital. Instead of $1 billion, now we can raise $100 billion. And then maybe we can be kind of slower with buying the actual Bitcoin like we were supposed to. Of course, there's a management fee and stuff. That's normal in the industry. That's why I do like this nugget token where you keep 2%. And that's maybe even can be bigger. You can maybe do a piece where you reward the token holders that were earlier with bonus token. Anyway, so eventually they can change their words. They can say, oh, we no longer guarantee we're going to go buy Bitcoin. And later they can change the words again. Anytime, with the stroke of a pen, we are not going to go buy Bitcoin. So just because the fund says it on day one, which I guarantee you 99% of people that bought the ETF don't even realize what they were buying, that it says that they're going to go buy it one-to-one. They're assuming it does. I've looked into it, and even the spot ETF, Like, who here agrees that you assume that they're all 11 funds right now buy all Bitcoin right now? They don't. Some of them that are called spot ETFs are only taking the money to buy Bitcoin futures, which are, again, those pieces of paper's price of Bitcoin. If I buy $1 billion or a cajillion dollars of Bitcoin futures pieces of paper on the futures market, how much will that affect the price of the crypto on the crypto market? Bitcoin price. That's the $1 million question. Okay, because if I put $1 billion, let's say a cajillion dollars, which is no such thing, but just say $1 quadrillion into Bitcoin ETFs, that doesn't guarantee Bitcoin price will actually move at all. Because I just took away the people that are buying the piece of paper price of silver. That's money that could have gone into buying this one. So now that's a lot of demand that was stolen away from the physical metal or the actual Bitcoin price. Luckily, the ETFs are actually buying some Bitcoin. Does that guarantee tomorrow the price will go up? No. I think it's a very strong chance. I'm leaning towards being biased bullish right now, not just because of the halving. I think the halving is, for me, a neutral impact because that's just the price of electricity, and it's now doubling. So that would bring it to about 53,000, which is lower than where we're at. The halving. People think, oh, but if the price of Bitcoin is 99,000 the day before the halving, that means it has to go to, 200,000. No, not necessarily. Okay, there could be the buy the rumor, sell the news type of thing, and even then, it doesn't guarantee that if Bitcoin can go to zero one day, just because the price of electricity to make it. It's all about demand. So, is there a market to buy it? And I think that with the information, the way it travels these days. Can I pull that up? Actually, it's okay. Leave it. So we have a chart up on the screen. Basically, this just shows the. You could tell me what this is.
Shows the S&P moving.
The S&P 500, which is representing. A lot of people say the top 500 companies, not necessarily the top. I would call it the biggest. Top companies could be the bread nugget they just launched coin, or the penny stock that can go 1,000x. That's the top investment in my opinion. But the biggest 500 companies, they give a good economic picture of what's happening in the world. And so what I want you to know is that when things go up, the faster and harder and steeper they go up, they have actually a bigger chance to revert back to some kind of a seesaw action and the median price. Whereas what you'll find is that as prices go up closer and closer to the moon, more and more people that we were scared before will actually jump onto the train when it's the worst possible time to do it, and they're last to jump onto the train right before it goes off the cliff. So I want you to think of it that way from now on. For anything you ever buy, including West Vancouver real estate prices, if prices go up and up and up and up and up, that shouldn't make you more and more confident. That should just tell you that the train is closer and closer and closer to the next cliff. And it's been going for too long since it's had one. Okay, so the steeper it is, the harder it can fall potentially. Again, it's not financial advice, it's just a chart of the S&P 500. And you can tell me what has happened since, let's just call it late October, which is not that long ago, 4 months.
It's fairly steady.
We're just over 4 months ago. And you can see what was the level here. We're at about 4,100 S&P 500 on October 26th, 27th. October 27th, we're at about 4,100 and let's call it 4,100. What is it today?
51.
It's March 2nd, 2024. Actually, a year after I talked about the SVB crisis, which, by the way, well, we'll get to that in a second. In just over 4 months and a week, we've gone up 1,000 points. We're at 5,137. We're actually over 1,000 points higher. 1,000 points from 4,000. That's almost 25% return without any leverage in just 4 months. What has the normal stock market performed over the last 50 years? Even what financial advisors will tell you. 8 to 10% a year. We made 25%. So that's 4 times more than what is usually done in a year on average. And it didn't take a year, it took 1/3 of a year. Who thinks that's ahead of schedule? Even if it took a whole year to make that. So Melanie's nodding her head because tomorrow or Monday, she's going to sell all her stock. No matter what the other guy said about never sell NVIDIA.
Maybe not all of them, but
Or maybe all of them.
some of them.
Because having money on the sidelines, when markets revert back to these moving averages, the pink one, the blue one, and the white one, or the 50, the 100, and the 200-day moving average, where the price always eventually comes back to the average, pretty much eventually for everything. This is the most overpriced it's been on this whole chart, and I can zoom out. There's a weekly chart, so every line now is 1 week. The one we had before was a 1-day chart. Every line was 1 day. This is weeks. You see how many weeks we've gone straight up. The way I use moving averages is different than most people. The further away we are from these pink and blue lines, the more confident I am. So I had a false signal here. Doesn't mean I'm always right, but that just means the opportunity is even better now. So if I was selling my house in West Van to dump all of it on put options right now on the S&P 500, I could be wrong. I could lose my house. But if it goes higher somehow, I don't know how, the market's so overvalued right now, just recently, but also in general, and also with what's happening in the world, I'm prepared to sell 2 houses at an even higher price and get ready to make money on the way down. Eventually, prices move in cycles, they come back down. So what's happening on March 11th, which is 9 days from now? Last year we had SVB, bank crisis, which was basically a bank going under. And there was worry about a spillover and contagion. Can I get this one on the screen? And so basically, what's that mean? We were narrowly avoiding what was the Great Recession 2.0 or worse. And instead of having bailouts, now we have bail-ins where banks can just basically take your money because they already have it and say you can't touch it and we're going to give you back less. And it's theirs now. And information travels today faster or slower than 2008?
Faster, for sure.
I'm literally streaming. I don't even know where I'm streaming right now. I'm somewhere on YouTube and Twitter, and I don't even have a Twitter account. That's how fast we're talking live, where I'm careful what I say about, I don't want to land in some countries and they said you said something on Twitter once about me. Right? And they take me to a re-education camp.
Don't worry, JT's not outside.
So West Van, I'm pretty safe. I feel comfortable here for now. Right? Doesn't mean it can't get worse. When things are at their top, they can more easy to go downhill. But the point is this: information travels faster, contagion can happen faster, spillover happens faster, and the Federal Reserve and the governments know this. In the U.S., especially when SVB happened, they quickly said, okay, all the bank holders, and I was already literally talking in person, telling people to get all their money out of the banks a year ago. Before the SVB thing was going to happen, we scheduled the event about me talking about take all your money out of the banks. And then while we were waiting for that date for the event, the crisis happened. So the day after it happened, I was on stage. And basically I was saying, we don't know how they're going to react, but this could be Lehman Brothers 2.0. Okay, so if you don't know what Lehman Brothers is, you need to sell all your stocks. There's not financial advice, but go learn everything about Lehman crisis in 2008 recession. First, go watch the Big Short movie, because I'm probably going to make Big Short 2.0 movie one day. And yeah, you guys will all be in Wall Street 2.0, where we actually help people make money, not lose money. So, you know, definitely you want to be on the right side of history. But the point is this, they created emergency measures to prevent a Lehman crash. And they created what they call the Bank Term Funding Program, the Federal Reserve, where they said, we've got this new facility over here. Banks, feel free to take money anytime you need to stay afloat. By the way, anyone that had money in SVB Bank, we're going to guarantee your deposits. I'm not talking about FDIC, which doesn't even do more than 100,000 of your deposit. When SVB had clients that are stock market companies, like Roku, that's more than 100,000 in that bank that was at risk. So the point is, they said all the deposit holders were going to bail you out, and they did that. But the shareholders of SVB Bank, you're out of luck. I was ringing the alarm because of this picture, contagion. If I tell Steven that if you had any stock in that bank, you lost all your money. By the way, I got this beautiful bank over here. You want to buy that one instead tomorrow? No one in their right mind should do that. Luckily, the TV tells people what to do wrong all the time, and they say, no, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. And most people believe them. If you have a sticker in the bank window that says insured, and people believe it, it literally does its job. It works to prevent a bank run. Because we're this close to a bank run. I could have single-handedly caused it. And I don't even have followers on YouTube. Or a channel yet. But we're going to make one. And so, and one where everyone can talk. So there's different networking and stuff. So now what we got is this bank term funding program. Because that's still in my mind, if people are not going to buy shares anymore of any stock, even Coca-Cola, if they're not guaranteed that if there's a crash, they're going to get their money back or bail out or anything like that. People should have been running from stocks. And I'm talking about before that chart even started to go up. Last year. When NVIDIA went up 300% last year alone. So you can only ride the AI, you know, hype train towards the cliff. You know, NVIDIA's dropped 50% a few times before. It can happen again. This would probably be the best time when it's at the highest price, right? So how do I go back to this screen? I think that's better. Stop. So anyway, so sorry, sharing. So anyway, so the point is we have to be very careful with these times. March also is the deadline for, you know, this is what I got to be careful what I say next. There's stuff going on around the world where a lot of people are getting hurt, which I don't agree with. And you have to be careful what you say. So I'm just going to say this. Certain parties are giving certain parties deadlines to do certain things. And if they don't do it by a certain deadline, it gives them an excuse to go do even more certain things. You can follow. And so that deadline is actually near March 11th, also March 13th, when we could have a scale up escalation of things. And I'm not even talking about Ukraine. But that's a whole other escalation that's happening also, with NATO sending in hundreds of vehicles there. That's at least one I can talk about because that's what everyone else is talking about. I'm just repeating their words. So there's a lot of escalation happening. Do you think that justifies this chart to be at the highest it's ever been? Because I can zoom out. Let's go way back. Let's go. As far back as you want. Can you see how high we are? Right up there. We've never been this high. That means everything is so perfect. And you know, I can also pull up a chart of the national debt in the US. It's also record high. So there's a lot of fundamentals that don't justify this right now, especially. So, you know, a lot of people are about to be burnt. And I think this is the greatest opportunity in history we have right in front of us. If we team up, just the people that are even on this room, you could literally be making billions of dollars by helping people not lose 10 billion. By thinking, hey, I'm going to go tomorrow and buy this stock, like my dad, who just sold his Tesla and buy NVIDIA because he never listens to me. I won first place in the world in a stock trading competition when I was 21 just to prove to them they should listen to me, and they still don't. And that was like a couple of decades ago.
Sounds like my kids.
Right? So that's family, right? They never listen, but there's a huge opportunity in that. Right? So does anyone have any questions at this point? Or?
So you're suggesting short the S&P?
I'm suggesting nothing because I'm not giving any financial advice.
I know. But
what I'm doing for myself and my risk tolerance and my personal situation is I already have.
Uh-huh.
Because I understand.
Is there a short ETF for the S&P?
Oh yeah, there's even a 3 times leveraged ETF short.
What's it called?
But you don't need that one because I like to go after the ones with high volume. You know, it's like if you invest in a penny stock, yes, it's bigger reward but bigger risk because there may not be volume. I could buy something and then not be able to guarantee. I'm not sure this screen.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah. So I would just stick with the basic SPY and SPX.
Is that a short ETF for the S&P?
Yeah. So no, the S&P 500 ETF. The main one is the SPY. Because SPX is like the full value one, but it's more expensive. The SPY is the cheaper one, so it's what most people use.
That's a shorting ETF?
No, it's actually a bullish one that reflects the price of the stock market.
It's worth 1/10 its value.
Yeah.
How it works.
Yeah. It's about 1/10. Yeah. So, you know, you don't need like 100 grand minimum. You can do a 10 grand minimum sometimes, depending on which option you do. It gives you more options. Like I should say a different word. It gives
you mean
more
short
selection.
You mean short that specific ETF?
Okay, so with options trading, you can do like short-term, medium-term, long-term, high risk, low risk, and you want to be able to have the wide spectrum available to your budget. So that's why the SPY is more popular because you need 10 times less capital. So that means you probably are able to do bigger types of risk or lesser types of risk that cost a bigger premium. You can afford it. It's in your budget. When you got that flexibility to trade whatever style of risk you want, that's why the SPY is the most popular. And it is in the direction of the market's going up, you make money if it goes up. But with options trading on ETFs, you can buy a put option or a call option. So basically, you're betting that the price will go up, or you're betting that the price will go down on that one that is the ETF that's supposed to be going up. Okay, it's like if I bet that the Canucks will lose tomorrow. Okay. So SPY is what you could do. And so here is the spread situation.
So buy the put on the ETF.
Well,
S&P
one way to profit from a meltdown in the global banking system, because they no longer have the bank term funding program available starting March 11th for banks like New York Community Bank that bought SVB, and now they're going to go bankrupt next. you can buy options, including put options, on New York Community Bank right now.
Really?
Yes. They've already dropped 50%, by the way. But they could drop another 50%, which would make you 5 to 10 times your money if the bank goes bankrupt, which is in like a situation they're screwed because they can't get out of it because they bought all the crap assets from SVB, not realizing it put them over the threshold of 100 billion, which puts them in a new league of banks with new rules that are even stricter for systemic risk to be stable. And now they can't keep up. And now you got interest rates where even if interest rates go down, their profits will go down. So they're screwed either way. So yeah, you could short an individual bank. You can short the whole parabolic bubble-like chart we were looking at earlier. Or I could be wrong. And you can do nothing and listen to the guy that's a sales guy working a job at the bank for commission, gets paid more commission to tell you to buy certain things than other things. I have not worked at a bank. I don't work since 2011. Yeah.
Robert, you've been right about pretty much all the predictions that you've made since I've known you, which was since 2000. I don't want to tell how old we are. I've known Robert for 20 years. I met him at a cash flow conference. It's interesting to see people like Warren Buffett, because you remind me of Warren Buffett a little bit. He's very analytical.
I won't take that as an insult. Because he makes 30% a year on average when he first started. 30% a year for 10 years in a row made him a billionaire, because that attracts people to tell their friends to go put all their money in, which, remember, they're used to 8% to 10% a year. But even he says it now. You can't copy him because you're not a billionaire like him. It's a different strategy trading $1 billion when you have to buy everything like Amazon, because you have nowhere else to park your money. But you're not, he says, going to make big money anymore with him. Right? And Charlie Munger and him they despise cryptos because, of course, they despise anything that rattles the cage, steps on their toes, and they're stuck in their ways.
Is it true that he snuck a Bitcoin ETF in his Berkshire Hathaway fund?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he changed his mind, right? Just like anyone should. But the thing is, so with the a better example is Jamie Dimon from JP Morgan, which is the bank that was around when there was the panic of before the great 1913, the Federal Reserve even came into existence. And coincidence, they're buying up all these banks that are going to go bankrupt next. Jamie Dimon, who also just gave himself the biggest salary raise ever right before he retires, it's a crazy amount of money, $30 million in 1 year for him, I believe, salary. He, more importantly, goes to Davos and all that. He's quoted publicly as saying he hates Bitcoin, it's a scam, or along those lines. That word. The point is that he was later caught saying not only does he despise Bitcoin, then he was buying it. After he bought it, he said, actually, it's not so bad. And then he changed his mind a couple more times after that. So you gotta understand, these are like companies that, like Goldman Sachs, were caught and paid fines for telling their clients, hey, you should buy this Coca-Cola stock, for example. It's not the actual stock. At the same time, they're telling their clients, because they're investment advisors, buy this Coca-Cola or whatever stock. At the same time, they're telling their clients to do that. Their own books, the company's own investments, conflict of interest much. Like our own money, we're dumping this shit. So buy. And by the way, here's the TV channel. Here's a 10 million gold. Definitely don't tell anyone to sell Goldman Sachs, because that's us. It's 80% is pharmaceutical and banks. What do you think pays the TV what to say? So that's why I have to come out and be like, okay, not just for myself, but teach certain things. I could go into detail of the mechanics of how things work. But actually, we've got us on the TV here, someone talking about buying certain things. But this example is just to explain how buying something at 14 cents. Yeah, so basically you can see on the screen there, $1 or 14 cents. It had gone up 13 cents or had gone up 2 cents. Both of them went up 14% that day. In one day. Which one would you rather own? The stock that's $1.01 or the stock that's 14 cents? Who thinks that the dollar is better? Who thinks the 14 cents is better?
It depends what it's.
What price was it bought at?
All
7?
They both went up 14%. Pretend they're identical, 14.77 and 14.63. 14.77 is obviously a bit higher, but not much.
How many shares were owned?
It doesn't matter. What matters is the amount it rose in one day, 2 cents and 13 cents. Because when you go buy a car, say it's $70,000 car, the price
Appreciation, 30%.
20%, 30% in like 1 hour. If you change your mind, your wife's like, no, I didn't want this car, bring it back to the dealership. Okay. And then, we'll give you 50 grand for it. The same day. Because it's used. So that's called the spread. The car, what's the price of the car? Is it 50 grand or is it 70 grand? You can tell me what's the price of the car. 50? Who thinks it's 70? The answer is both correct. They're both the price. 50 and 70 are both. It's what the seller is willing to take and what the buyer is willing to pay. Everything always has two prices. The gap between the two could be 20 grand on the car, and it's a guaranteed loss when you just by buying the car and selling the car. Who would rather be able to go to a dealership? Maybe we should open a dealership and say, buy the car from us for 70 grand. If you change your mind, we'll give you back 69,995 bucks. You only lose a $5 spread. You can buy and sell that car 5 times. You only lost 25 bucks. So in this case, if the stock went up 2 cents today, from 12 cents to 14 cents, but there's what's called a bid and ask price, and it's a 2-cent spread, what are you going to sell that stock for? It shows on the screen as 14 cents, but that's what the sellers are asking. 70,000 for their car. What bidder is going to offer to pay maximum for that car? 50 grand, or in this case, 12 cents, which eliminates your entire profit that day of 2 cents. Poof, vanish. So you break even. I've actually had a gentleman that came to me saying that he's made, like 25 grand profit, and he wants to keep the stock forever. I said, buddy, you need to get out of that before you're able to still. And we helped him get out, and he was lucky to end up making, instead of like 35 grand, he made 5 grand just by trying to sell what he owned on the market. And he was disappointed. I said, you're lucky you didn't lose any money, because that's what I usually see people do, buying a penny stock, not familiar with what a spread is. So who can say that, going to a course and learning even 30 grand, what is a spread, it would be worth it? Or what about a course that has 200 different topics and chapters like this? By the way, I'm not going to sell you anything. I'm just saying the value of education is the best investment. Selling all your stocks, not even going up or not going down, But letting the market crash while you're on the sidelines is a position. Even for Warren Buffett. And by the way, there you can look up because they have to tell the public what they're doing. You can see he's actually sometimes got a lot of money on the sidelines right before crazy things happen. Because they're buddies, a lot of the big boys. Anyway, he spends a lot of time with Gates. Anyway, so the point is yeah, so well, he donates like crazy amounts of money to Gates' charity, and Gates donates a crazy amount of money to Warren Buffett's charity. And they write that off as a tax loss, and then they sit on the same private jet, sipping their drinks with usually crazy big smile. So the world is interesting how it works, and if you read the news between the lines, they tell you what they're going to tell you, then they tell you, and then they tell you what they told you. It's not hard to anticipate when it's not overnight that you can move a crazy amount of tanks somewhere, army tanks, and they all also like there's a lot of back channel discussions happening they don't show on TV, but a lot of them they do announce on TV. An example would be. Russia telling Sweden, don't join NATO or we're going to nuke you immediately. And that was on TV. Like we're telling you in front of your own voters. So what does Poland do a week later? They go on TV and they say, hey, Sweden, I think you should join NATO still. That was like a big middle finger to Russia. And so Sweden and Finland tried joining at the same time. Finland came in first because Turkey and Hungary were holding up the process. Basically, NATO, every single country has to vote yes to allow another one to join. And NATO couldn't let in Sweden without Hungary's approval and Turkey's approval. And I was like, wow, this is escalating pretty quickly with those comments that they just made about those nukes. And I'm like watching, and every time I get stuck, because I always picture a boardroom of all the world leaders in the same room, imaginary, what would they be saying to each other to try to predict current events? I do it as a hobby since I was 10. That's why I have a good geopolitical understanding of the world. And whenever I get stuck, and they were threatening to bring in army tanks from China to Hong Kong, and I said they can't do that because that's inviting retaliation. And I was stuck. What's going to happen? And then we had an outbreak of something. In Turkey, right before Turkey was about to be pressured by Russia to not allow Sweden to join, because Turkey shares a lot of airspace in the Middle East with Russia, they had an earthquake, which is sad. A lot of people got hurt, but it did give Turkey all their decision about dealing with Sweden because they had to deal with their own country for now. Well, fast forward now, it's been like a year or two since that earthquake. And this week, the reason I bring it up is Sweden is this week joining NATO. You're going to hear it on the news tomorrow. So that's just like, I go on about current events, boring stuff. But the point is everything ties in together. It does not justify a chart, that is sky high, like all the way up. And there's a lot of potential to downside. There's a lot of potential to profit downside. Even just being on the sidelines while everyone else is losing and you're not. That's, maintaining your shirt when everyone else is losing their shirt. It's a very good position to be in. But I wanted to talk with as many people as possible about how we can collaborate, how we can launch tokens together, courses together, membership programs together, help educate people together, because this time I don't want to do it myself. I have to capture accurately before they happen. This is going to be the mother of them all. And It's the easiest one, actually. We already have a recession in Japan.
So how much time do we have? When do you think this is going to happen?
Zero time.
March 10th.
I'm surprised it's even this high. So earlier I drew a line saying, this is a good way to wrap up. Earlier I was saying that the higher the line goes up, the more likely it's coming down. And it hasn't. Instead, it decided to keep going up. So what do you think is going to happen now? Or yesterday? Even coming down?
Depends. If Joe Biden gets in, it's going down.
Well,
if Trumpster gets in, it's going higher, way higher.
You could also argue
like
that
way higher.
You could also argue that it'll be more instability of a new system that's changing up the unpredictability of how it's going to interact with trade or not. The instability could actually crash the markets. No. But politics aside, it's an election year. It is a market cycle every 4 years of the elections. We're actually in a positive year right before the election. So this is working against me right now in that it is a bullish year. Typically this month seasonality wise would be the worst. So February 15th to like March 15th. Somehow we survived February. But March is typically a bad month for an election year. So I don't need all year. I just need the next 30 days to fall. 1% drop in the market can make me 10% or 20% return. If the market drops 10%, I'm making 100 or 200 or 300%. Okay, so I don't need more than 1 month of crash. But typically it's a good year election years. But don't forget, there's a lot of problems in the world right now that I'm going to make a whole presentation for to list all 100 reasons. That it only takes one of those reasons. In fact, it takes 0 of those reasons to crash the market. This line tomorrow, on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, mark my words, could go down like crazy. And everyone will be saying, what happened, what happened, what happened? And I'll say, nothing happened. It was just too much. It went up and needed to correct with no bad news. So anyway, leave you with that thought. Let's stay in touch because, even if I'm here next week, it could already be done. So I hope it doesn't. I hope it keeps going up ridiculously higher, so it gives us time to raise $1 billion and do something to be prepared before it happens. Anyway, I'm Robert Paddock. We'll stay in touch.
Robert, would you mind putting the Bitcoin chart, the same chart? Would you mind?
Sure.
Do you have it? Curious what it looks like.
Okay. Drawing. Let's change it to just a long term. Yeah, so this
See, that's interesting.
Yeah, this is
Look at that, eh?
This is a little bit scary for me.
How long is that time period? 3 months? What is that?
Yeah, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to make each line a 1 day.
That's interesting. Yeah. Going higher.
Give it a second.
What's your take on that, Rob?
Yeah, so I would be selling this.
I see. Okay.
Right? So what do we just say about
now it's going down in your chart.
Let's draw. Okay, so the faster it goes up, the more likely it is to drop down. Right? And those are my 2 blue dots here. You can ignore those. So basically, I would just do a Fibonacci.
So what does that number represent in the red?
Let's go with this recent February 6th date. If I draw a Fibonacci and ignore the wicks, I'm just using the candle bodies. It looks like we could drop down to easily 57,800 or just 57,900. We're at 61.7.
Well, that's the U.S. one. Right?
Yeah, of course. I only look at the U.S. And so, and that's very easy. I would give it like a 90% probability.
So that, you got 62, and then what is the red, the top of the red show 61 or 50?
Yeah, you can see on the side here,
What's the drop? What's the,
wherever there's dotted lines is the current price.
Uh-huh.
And then that corresponds the red dotted lines with the red number, which is changing live. That's the current price today, right this second, 61,752. And
52.
the first Fibonacci line of 23.6% is 57,000. Now, that's not my favorite Fibonacci level. Fibonacci is like, this flower has Fibonacci in the design. It's in human nature and everywhere. 38% is the main Fibonacci level, which happens maybe not 90% of the time, but still a good, decent 75 to 80% of the time. So I'm saying my education here, you can see that it is about an 80% chance that we're going to hit 55,000 immediately.
Wait a minute. Where?
Well, that's down, right?
Yeah, down.
Yeah,
Because we're at
it's going down,
61, so going down to 54,885.
That's a big drop.
But I always give bold predictions and I have a 90% accuracy.
That one you might be right on, buddy.
What's the calculation there? Give me 61,800 minus 50. Let's say 55,000. It's about 7,000 from 61%. Let's do it right now because this is like science. This is art and science at the same time.
But then, Robert, is it going to be going back up again then? After that
Not
happens?
necessarily.
Probably after the halving though.
Not
Yeah,
necessarily.
that's it. You know,
That could be factored into the price already.
The promote right now is into the halving, right? Because
percent.
Yeah.
promote is into the halving, and then I believe, Robert, I think it's gonna correct. But sorry, I'm a hodler. I think it's going higher.
50,
But short term, it's definitely
54,
correcting, right?
85. So from my experience, and I've gone through many halvings, the halving itself is the less. It's not a big factor as people think, as it is starting today. It's already priced in. Here. Yeah, we need to.
Yeah, it is priced in, isn't it?
Well, maybe not entirely, but it could be mostly priced in. I would give it like about 80, 90% priced in, if not 100. For the half variable is those ETFs.
Right.
That's billions of dollars of going into funds trying to say we're a real fund, we're better than the other 10. Because we're actually buying the real Bitcoin and they're not. If they're smart, that's what they should be doing to eliminate their competition.
Are they supposed to buy? I mean, that's
The real one. That's the.
I mean, those are big companies. If you look at the
crazy funds.
Those guys. Right?
They have trillions of dollars.
Yeah,
it's very
so-
easy for them to take money
Isn't
from their
that-
clients and
isn't
put
that
it over
if they
here.
don't buy, they're the people, right?
Exactly.
They're supposed to buy. It's supposed to be the charter. I mean,
Yes.
not charter, the articles when you form.
They're the big boys. They're buddies. They go to the same parties together. Even though they're competing with them, probably.
In theory, they're supposed
This price of Bitcoin, the real Bitcoin price, that actually pushes up the immediate underlying
Right.
value.
Okay, that's what.
So I would say that going down to 54,000 or 800, and I just drew this, not exact numbers, I just drew it quickly,
Yeah, it's gonna correct.
but it's basically a $6,915 from the current price of, let's just go 823, 11.1%.
Gives you more time to back up the truck.
So I'm saying there is about, yeah, there is about, yeah, it says it right there.
VCA, huh?
Hey?
VCA.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're gonna hear a lot of people
Fine.
saying dollar cost average, and they're gonna buy all the way down. That is a strategy, right? So you take whatever money you have, but most people have 1% of their money. Coin, which would be smarter, because I wouldn't say ever put 100% in Bitcoin, never put 100% into silver or gold. You can buy all the way down every month. just on the first of the month, just buy more, just buy more. That's what a lot of people will say, and that's not incorrect. It's just lesser evil of putting all your money in right now in Bitcoin and losing money on the way down, versus just take all your money out, wait for it to drop a little bit, even if it drops 1,000, and then go all back in. I'm actually going on Monday to mine because I was too lazy to go on Friday. And I would have had more. It's 62,800 if I went.
Is that a short?
But trading like 724, right?
Trading what?
724.
How do you?
724.
Which
Well,
exchange do you
minute.
short now?
Is it around the clock?
Yeah, but I have physical branch. I go
Oh,
check out the fiat money because I'm gonna sell those also because even the silver, yes, it stores the wealth, but it doesn't move as fast as I would like it to. I can go build a website for this money.
Yeah.
Charge $50 a month, so 1,000 people make 50,000 a month, and then go buy some silver back, and give 50% commission to someone. So I'm thinking of starting my own, like I am. But yeah, 38% is very doable. I'll be surprised if it doesn't hit that. Those people that watched my show for 2 years, every time I said I would be surprised if something doesn't happen, I was 9 out of 10. And that's just because I'm too lazy to go back and check. I think it's more like 100% of the time. So 50% is doable. It can go to 52 grand.
Where am I going?
I would be in this room right now willing to bet someone it'll go to 52,000 and risk money on that bet. Because I'm sure there'll be takers. There's always people, oh no, it's going on forever. Just like if I go hiking up the mountain and I see a grizzly bear in the middle of my path, are you going to keep walking because you're a forever holder? Or are you going to pivot and adapt with the risks and the new information and say, oh, wait a minute, I'm going to back up here for a second. It's safer. I won't get ripped up by the claws of the bear.
Is that why they call it a bearish market?
Yep.
No pun intended.
Yeah, you know what it is. Yeah, it's a battle between a bear and a bull, right? Which are pretty evenly matched. But yeah, so that's my technical analysis, and I haven't even pulled up the indicators that are, we've got the moving
It
averages.
was time to crack a joke.
You can see like this oscillator here. What is this? It's just a roller coaster. Are we at the bottom or are we at the top of the roller coaster? Do I need to bring a bus here so you can drive to the P&E and go on the roller coaster and wait till we're at the top of the roller coaster to say what are we going to do next?
No, that's
More like
you.
go down. So that's not helping. Also here, MACD, moving average conversion divergence, looks like it's running out of momentum and it's about to roll over and go back down. Not straight down, but like a roller coaster. And even if I look at the divergence, check this out real quick. This is now extra time we're in. Meeting was already finished. But basically, if I draw a line from here to here, and I repeat that on the chart, that's where is a fair value to end up at, which is above or below the 23% Fibonacci line is below. That's like, I would not be surprised tomorrow if we're below 58,000. We're at 60. What is that? 5% drop in one day, and that's just looking back from here. If I draw the line earlier from here, and this is just purely strictly on a technical analysis line here, you can see that it's even lower, depending where you start drawing from. Right? So then you have to also finish that off closer to 50. Right? So now we're talking closer to 50. Yeah. But because these lines could be just the prices of these lines, I'm actually going to make sure. Where did we end up? Yeah, actually below 48,000. And that's if I go all the way back. If I actually started to draw from here, it would actually be, I'll put it in so you can see what I'm looking at. From here, making the lines as parallel as I can. Anyway, we're just a bit lower, so basically 55,000. That's still 6,000 is 10% down. And that's with no leverage, right? So you can put 60 grand and have 5,000, 6,000 less without leverage. If you do 20 times leverage, if you have a trading account, you made $100,000 on a $60,000 price. You double your money. With my analysis that took me how long to do? I could hold your breath, but I was teaching.
So you think Bitcoin's coming down 10%, you said?
Yeah.
10%.
If not 11, but 60,000 will be the level it has to break below. Maybe go retest it and then drop down to 55.
10%.
Even 52. It can even be 52, but now we're talking not an 80% chance, we're talking like a 60% chance. But it's still better than 50. Yeah, so 52 is not a question. And, you know, this is if you're holding it for the whole month, maybe 2 weeks to 4 weeks. And it could start tomorrow. It could start today.
It's already going down.
Yeah, it's already dropped $1,000 in the last day. And I'm not surprised that I was expecting that. I was too lazy to go to withdraw my fiat. I knew I'm going to lose money, but I'm glad it's just $1,000 from 61,000 price or 62.8.
Still 2 days.
Well, I'm hoping it doesn't crash by freaking Monday, because that's when I'm planning that I'll go actually cash it out.
What do you cash out into? USDT?
I'm going to take fiat.
Take fiat.
Yeah, I've never touched USDT ever. I don't believe in stable coins.
But how do you? Well, that's my question. How do you get fiat?
From
There's actually a branch. You guys should do that here.
TSA Bitcoin Shop is the way to get from your coin directly to your cash. And I think that's probably a great segue for
No,
maybe
seriously,
a
this is the
wrap-up.
best place to do it, because you've got the machines, you've got the POS system, you can do
Yes,
credit cards,
that's
you
right.
can do cash, you can do cold wallets here. And this is in West Van, the best place to buy and sell Bitcoin. That should be the bulk of your business here.
How about the gold in the next week or March?
Gold?
Yeah.
Great question. I'll put the chart on, but I already know. I'll do this. I won't even pull up the chart of gold. I'll pull up the chart of seasonality.
And if anybody has to go, we are over time.
Oh, yeah. I think the meetup is ending. Yes.
We
Anyone
didn't do
want
an
to
official
use
end to the
it?
meetup yet. But I can tell you that June 30th is the low point of the year for gold. This is a chart. I should blow it up. But basically, it shows 5-year, 15-year, and 30-year average. So take your pick. But basically, we're at this time of year where I'm bearish until June 30th. But I don't start that until February 28th, which we just passed. So this is the best time of the year to ask me that question. I think starting right this moment, like March 2nd, seasonality-wise, which is what all the commodity futures traders trade, which is like the experts of not the physical price, but almost, they watch this and they cause this. So because that, I have to pay attention to it. And it's not a good time of the year until like end of June, when we start going back up again. It's near June, July, we get the lows. The best spike upward is around September, October, November. Sorry, September. Right, so I'll usually, and I'm pretending I don't know this, by looking it up, but I couldn't really in my head because I've been following for gold prices for 15, 20 years, seasonality. And always August, I'm getting ready to buy it, if we're not already, to be early, to not miss the train, to be the first on the train to pick my seat in the first class when it's empty train. So I go August, just in case this happens early, because you see, it's not always perfect. Markets are not supposed to be perfect. Otherwise, they don't create opportunities when they're imperfect. And so anyway, June 30th will be the low point of the year, perhaps. Not financial advice, that's just what the seasonality is teaching us. And then writing that to the rest of the year, especially if we start having inflation come back. I can tell you right now it's coming back before they even announce it. Inflation will come back and they're going to be saying, oh, we cannot cut interest rates as fast as we are supposed to. The next announcement is actually next week, I believe Thursday, when they're going to talk about the inflation. And they're basically going to be the Federal Reserve saying, oh, yeah, we're not going to cut the rates. We're going to hang on a little bit longer, which means they're more likely to be hawkish, which is interest rates going up than down. But even if they're not cutting, it's good enough that the dollar won't drop. The dollar is more likely to go up. What happens when the dollar goes up? You need less of those more expensive dollars to buy the same amount of physical gold. And that's going to help the seasonality. In this case, we got to confluence, two things agreeing that this will keep dropping all until July. So right now, I would be a seller of this bullion. What else is measured in US dollars?
Oil.
You got oil versus USD, gold versus USD, and BTC against USD. If I just told you my stance, because my stance is based on what the Federal Reserve stance is, what they announce, and they keep announcing, and no one listens, and then the stocks go up for no reason. Next week, the stocks will go down when they start listening to me and the Federal Reserve, saying they're not going to cut the rates, they're not going to help the stock market, they're going to push the dollar higher. It's going to be more expensive to put dollars into the U.S. stocks if you're not in the U.S. dollar already. So there's a lot of bad things happening for the stock market and for Bitcoin and for gold and for oil. Oil, not so much, because if there's a war, that helps with oil. So that's the lesser one. But definitely Bitcoin would be my favorite short right now, other than puts on the SPX. And we'll see next week if I'm wrong. But if I am, that just means 2 weeks from now, I'm even more excited. I'm not going to sell my car to sell Bitcoin and buy puts. I'm going to sell my house and short it. So this is why we have to have discussions. Like, don't put all your money on it, but put a little bit that you're comfortable wiping out, $1,000, if you're willing to put $2,000 next time from an even higher, ridiculously elevated price bubble. So I hope that kind of explains how everything is linked together. So right now I'm very, very bearish, but I'm also excited because we can make a channel, we can make a course, we can make membership subscription, we can charge for that, give an affiliate program for anyone else to make money by bringing people, not an MLM, just affiliate program. And that way we warn people what's coming, because they're not talking about it on TV, they're talking about the opposite on TV. So that gives us the chance to come in and be showing people what's really happening. Yeah, so gold, it's not so strong right now, but you got to have some of this, because if the power goes out, you want to have silver bars, you want to have silver bullets, you want to have some food, right? Have some solar panels. Just in case, I could be wrong, but how much does it cost to be prepared? Right? Worst case scenario, you're going to store your value. I'm buying houses right now with partners. We take 10% of the money, we put it into physical gold and silver in case Trudeau takes my house for whatever bullshit reason that you're not allowed to have a farm in the middle of nowhere. But at least we got 10% of our money in this, which would probably skyrocket when you have global instability. So it's not a bad idea to have some gold even during times of the trucks maybe going down this time of year. You have to have, in the 80s, people had like 10% of their money in this. You walk into a financial advisor in the 80s, they say 10% into gold. By the way, Mr. What's your name? Let's look at the rest of your portfolio now. Today, it's not even 1% of people's money in what's been money for thousands of years. Especially at a time when they're bringing in central bank digital currencies. But I guess next week we'll talk about it, about central bank digital currencies and how they're replacing the US dollar, the paper, with the new digital US dollar, and who's doing it and why. What could that mean for the prices for market?
Good.
Yeah, lots of news next week.
I've been watching Canadian crypto for the last 6 months.
Yeah,
Almost
that's an awesome guy to watch.
Oh, you watch it? Neat.
I thought about going on his show once in a while, but I'm too lazy. I'm gonna go meet him in Saskatoon because I want to go look at houses there. I'm buying houses right now, so land is one way to also hedge against market instability. Besides crypto, besides gold, I'm buying houses right now without the banks, just with sellers being the bank, creative financing. So with 50 grand cash, I buy a brand new house. Right now, I'm even writing offers with 0 down. Tomorrow, when I'm not lazy. Got a guy begging me to buy his house. He'll finance me like the bank for 9 years. And I have to give him $0 to buy his condo, 2-level penthouse in Edmonton. So I'm going to be getting partners to buy properties with me and starting funds and stuff. But I got lineups of buildings like this. So this is something, we can discuss, because you sell one mansion in, not even mansion, just regular house in West Van. You can buy 5 houses in Edmonton for the same price, but you don't need to get qualified from the bank. You don't need to walk into a bank. No credit check, no income verification. It's just if you got the down payment, which isn't 20% down, it's like 5% down. I have lots of houses I'm finding now where we're buying, have some land, not just over, and what's below the house, the nuggets in the ground.
Still buried.
That
like
was
the
Albania. He did that.
I like the name Nuggets more.
Yeah, thanks is better. Yeah.
Because it's like I'm giving you nuggets of information, how to make 30% a year, and another nugget of information, how to make 40% a year. But it's more like nugget is more fun because it's like looking in the ground for a nugget.
Feeling more real, right?
It gives a better immediate understanding of it's in the ground still before it's refined.
I was actually right after that. I was texting her. I said, "Can we change the name to Nuggets?"
I like
She
nuggets.
said, "It can. You can. It's already fixed."
Get a new one.
You already have advertising,
Yeah.
thanks to McDonald's, spending billions of dollars. Who doesn't love chicken nuggets?
We actually, as geologists,
Nuggets
we actually see nuggets. Gold
It's
nuggets.
in.
Who doesn't like
Right?
chicken
We have
nuggets?
VG,
Me, I don't like it, but I love the
And
They're not healthy, but still,
And the
everyone,
famous
Not
hotel in Las
necessarily.
Vegas,
Hard Rock
the
as well.
casino.
Juicy nuggets.
they have a
Nuggets
positive
is-
connotation.
Well, that's been there for
Force
50 years. You see nuggets.
We have like a piece of rock.
Any
and
question,
sometimes the
Oil?
gold will-
No, I need more time to digest what Robert said.
I probably like blew you guys too much info in a short time,
It was wonderful, Robert.
Yeah.
We
but I want to
appreciate
create
it.
something more like
Yeah.
systematically laid out for beginners, intermediate, advanced, bringing in the same concept.
I wasn't
So you don't have to
aware
remember everything
They are-
today. As long as 5% you remember, next time you'll be understanding more easily the same concept.
I financed part of that.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah. When it was supposedly real.
Right, yeah. Right, so that's gold. Right?
But yeah, I'm very bearish, I guess. And I don't want to be known as the guy who's always bearish. If everyone was bearish, I would be bullish. Because I like to be,
dynamics, right?
I like to be contrarian, because that's served me well. It's the only reason why like I'm wearing a tie right now, because no one's wearing a tie. If everyone wore a tie, I wouldn't.
It's already 7.
It works because most people follow the herd. Then you can't do that.
Buy on the Robert rumor and sell on the Robert.
No, No, I would say more like I educate people to make their own decisions.
Yeah.
Rather than
Oh,
relying
that's
on-
right, yeah. There's some people that were supposed to be here today that aren't here.
How are you doing?
Pretty good. Good to see you.
I know, right? It's been forever.
I know.
And they'll be here. And then we're gonna
Come
go
around.
for dinner next week, but our dinner reservations for 6:30.
Oh,
So it won't be this long next week.
That's a good
excuse
to leave early. Yeah, I was.
you.